Here is the voice of the working class, Rick Smith.
And welcome, brothers, sisters, working class heroes. This is the Rick Smith Show. Thanks so much for being here today on the big program. Lots to get to, lots to talk about. So in addition to the daily temper tantrum that we've seen during the Trump circus, reporters were treated to a nice montage campaign-style video, which had the internet's all up in arms over, well, a potential violation of the Hatch Act. Because, look, these press conferences that Trump keeps having, it is really just a circus to entertain him and a place for him to air his grievances and, well, to throw a temper tantrum. It's one thing to rant and rave in the closet or storm around the bathroom. It's a whole nother thing to have an audience. And, fortunately, and this is something that I've been questioning myself on. If I'm sitting in the audience, do I hammer him on all of the insane things he said? Do I continue to throw up the reality that from the beginning, he dropped the ball on this thing? And I keep coming back to the answer, yes, I think you have to. I think you have to continue to bring up that right from the start, he failed out of the gate. And look, one of his big rants is he doesn't get enough credit. In fact, on Monday, he said he doesn't get enough credit for solving the ventilator problem. Has anyone told him the problem's not solved? I mean, this is my problem with Donald Trump. He wants credit for things that he doesn't do. Look, if he actually did do something, I'd give him credit for it. I would. Because it's so infrequent that he actually does anything that it really would be kind of a shock to the rest of us. So it's pretty just remarkable. And I'll tell you, I think like a lot of Americans, we're tuning these things out. And I'm glad that, CNN and others have stopped airing his portion of the press conference. Look, I want to hear what Dr. Fauci has to say. I want to hear what experts have to say. It's our life, after all. We should know if we're going to die in the corona apocalypse. But I don't want the song and dance and the political theater, and I don't need it. I'm tired of the Trump already. I'm ready for the election. Please come faster so we can get rid of this doofus and then do the hard work of rebuilding. And we've got a lot of work to do, which is why I was happy to see that Bernie Sanders came out and endorsed Joe Biden. So it's over now. Stop with the Bernie Biden. Stop with the infighting. Stop with the eating each other. The goal now is to get rid of the guy who's holding these idiotic press conferences that bring nothing of any positive information to bear from his time on the podium. Now, like I said, the experts, we want to hear what they have to say, but I'm done with the Trump at this point. Now, here's where we are. This is the weird thing, because the federal government, their job is to be the overseer. They're the ones who are the coordinators. You've got an administration right now who's saying, well, it's up to the states. It's basically the Hunger Games for the states. Go out and figure it out on your own, is what he told governors. And when the Massachusetts governor said, look, if we got to compete against you, we're going to lose. This is where the federal government allocates resources where it's most needed. But Trump doesn't see his job anywhere near that, and the administration doesn't see it that way. So what you've got the states who, they're really in the middle of the Hunger Games. So it's not surprising that you see the governors of New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Delaware coming together and saying, look, we're going to create a task force for when we open up the economies in our states. We can't depend on the federal government. We can't depend on Donald J. Trump. We can't depend on them for clear-headed leadership. We're going to have to do it, all of us, in a coordinated fashion. Because what good would it be if New York just decided, we're going to open everything up and swamped New Jersey? Or, New Jersey just said, oh, the heck with it, and New York gets reinfected. Doesn't make any sense, which is why it's good to see these governors who have stepped forward. In fact, I thought Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York, said it probably best. He said any plan to reopen society must be driven by data and experts, not opinion and politics. And that's a shot right at Trump. Pretty simple. Now you see on the other coast, you see Washington, California, and Oregon. They as well are putting together a joint plan on how they're going to reopen their economies. And this is one of those weird moments because you're starting to see the country splintering along lines that a lot of people have said, the United States is really 6 different countries. And if we allow it, they'll break up into 6 different countries. We're kind of seeing that aligning. You've got the southern states who are completely crazy and don't want to do anything. So there is that. But this is one of those moments where I go back to election night 2016 when a conservative friend said, it's going to be interesting to watch you become a states' rights person. I didn't, and I knew he was right, but I didn't then flip it around and say that, well, it's going to be interesting watching you turn from being a states' rights person. Because what's bizarre to me is while Trump is basically telling the states you're on your own, he's simultaneously saying, I'll tell you when we open things up. You don't get to tell me, which is weird. Because while you've got these governors on both ends of the country saying we'll figure this out, you've got Trump saying only I can do it. And then he comes out with the death panel. The death panel of 2 rich white guys, 2 brown-nosing white guys, and a son-in-law that's ripping us off, and a daughter that Trump wants to date. That's the death panel. Or, I'm sorry, Council to Reopen America. But then we find out that they kind of thought better of having Ivanka and Jared on the Council to Reopen America. So they have now pulled the kleptocratic son-in-law off, and the daughter, I guess, more time on the lap. I don't know. But now you're stuck with the 2 brown-nosers, Chief of Staff, former North Carolina Congressman and Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Chief Economic Advisor Larry Kudlow, and then the 2 rich guys, Munchkin and Wilbur Ross, the Treasury Secretary and the Commerce Secretary. Going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because I fear that they want to go gung-ho full ahead. And that's going to be a problem because we've already sacrificed so much here. We've already done so much work to try and contain this thing. And there's a lot of work to be done on the other side of this. And this is where my mind has been going the last couple of days. I think this crisis has magnified what we've all known. Inequality in this country is at an all-time high. The gap between the haves and the have-nots never been greater. When you've got 40% of the country that can't come up with $500, or 60% of the country who can't come up with $1,000, that's a problem. And it's magnified right now when people are without paychecks for over a month and forced to, stock up and then hole up indoors without income coming in. Because look how long it's taken for the stimulus to get out. Has anyone seen a stimulus check yet? So when I look at this, I say, this is one of those opportunity moments. And anybody who's watched our TV show or listened to our radio program knows I'm a big union guy. Right now is the time we should be organizing to fight for all of the injustices and all of the idiotic things that are going on, so that we use this moment to move us forward and not backward. And as I pointed out today, on our Twitter feed, I had this conversation back and forth via email with a listener who was, asking, what I thought of the Republican death cult's handling of the economy during this pandemic. And I said, it's been horrible. It's been abysmal. The money should have been out already. In fact, there should be another round coming so that to allay people's fears that they're going to go broke, that they're not going to have food to put on the table. We should be keeping people inside and doing whatever we can do to ease those burdens. We're not, though. And in fact, most of our leaders don't seem to care even a little bit. And that's scary to me. I mean, there's so many things that we need to be doing it right now. We need to be calling our Congress people. We need to be calling our representatives and saying, look, we need to protect these frontline heroes, these people that we are now have decided are critical to our survival. You know, like the postman, the woman who works at the grocery counter, you know, those folks, the people who pick up your trash, you know, those working people who everybody ignored in the past. Now, thank you, you're a hero. How about we pay them? And in fact, right now, I think they need to get a premium pay so that they can afford, if they're out there risking their lives, if they're out there risking the lives of their families, they should be able to at least profit a little bit off of it and be able to feed their families and take care of themselves. Just kind of a thought. And this is one of those moments where we need to fight for that right now. But on the other side of it, once this is over, post-corona economy kind of stuff, we need to be fighting so that all work is essential. All work is respected. All work has dignity. And that means family-sustaining wages, good health care, good pensions, all down the road. It's that simple. Right now, we need to be funding fully OSHA. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration has to be fully funded with inspectors who are going after these companies and holding them accountable for not providing safe workplaces. Right now, we need strong whistleblower protections to make sure that those people who say, hey, our whatever pork processing plant or our warehouse, they're not keeping us safe. And someone comes in and holds them accountable with real fines and jail time. Put some teeth in that dog. And then on the other side of this, we need to fully fund OSHA to make sure that every workplace is safe, that every worker goes to work and comes home injury-free, illness-free. I know, something we haven't really thought about. And also, I would argue, allow workers to join and form unions so that they can fight for safer workplaces and better conditions and hours and all that right at the point of attack. And not having to wait, what is it now, 144 years for OSHA? If you waited for OSHA to inspect every workplace in this country, it would take like 144 years. Just insane to me. So there's so much we need to do. We need to demand that our frontline heroes get health care. It's amazing to me that a lot of these people in these lower wage jobs don't have health care. Now, if they get coronavirus, because of the legislations, they will get cared for then. They get the testing, they get care there. But what about every other illness? This is one of those moments going, well, I'm more worried about everything else than just getting corona. How about we make sure everyone gets health care? Just a thought. And you can go down the list. There's so many things that right now we should be focusing on people's pensions. Don't let corporate raiders use the excuse of bankruptcy or malfeasance or greed to go robbing people's pension funds. No pension fund should go broke during this period. People should be able to retire with security and dignity. If we're going to bail out Wall Street, if we're going to bail out corporate America, if we're going to bail out cruise lines, we can sure as shine bail out our retirees who have worked their entire lives so that they could collect that little bit of money in their golden years and live with some respect and dignity in their own homes. See, there's so much right now we should be talking about and demanding and then organizing for on the other side of this, because once this turns around, and it will, trust me, this is going to turn around. Once this turns around, it's full tilt boogie towards changing this economy and saying no more mass inequality, no more bailouts for corporate America, no more handouts and welfare for Wall Street greed. That when this stuff happens, we take care of working people first. So much. And my other pet peeve on the unemployment side. And look, the Democrats, I think, did a fantastic job of pushing for extended unemployment benefits and increased unemployment benefits. That needs to be picked up on the other side. We need to change a system that replaces 20 to 40% of your income for anywhere to 12 to 26 weeks to making sure that everyone has access to a job on the other side of a layoff if it's through no fault of their own, and replaces between 80 and 100% of your income. This 20 to 40 stuff has got to stop. To me, it's that simple. Got so much to get to. I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, Pedro DaCosta is going to be here to share some thoughts on the new economy. What is it going to look like getting through this, and then on the other side? Quick break. Back with Pedro. Stick around.
There's nothing more American than workers standing up, and the union gives a voice to win. On the Rick Smith Show.
I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1873. That was the day the single most deadly incident of the Reconstruction era occurred, known as the Colfax Massacre. As many as 150 black Republicans in Colfax, Louisiana, were slaughtered by white supremacists determined to destroy advances made by the formerly enslaved. Results of the 1872 gubernatorial election in Louisiana had been hotly contested. President Ulysses S. Grant ordered federal troops in to support the Republican winner, William Pitt Kellogg. A number of black radical Republicans had also won or retained local and state political positions. William Ward, a black Civil War veteran and militia leader, had won a seat in the state legislature. By the beginning of April, he and others were being threatened with attacks on the Grant Parish Courthouse in Colfax and lynchings by defeated white Southern Democrats. Desperate for backup, Ward and others left for New Orleans to appeal for federal reinforcement. On the holy Easter Sunday, ex-Confederates, Klansmen, and Democrats rode into Colfax armed with guns, rifles, knives, and a cannon. 150 black Republicans were ready to defend their courthouse. Fighting raged on for hours, but eventually black Republicans were forced to retreat and then were massacred. 97 whites were indicted on federal conspiracy charges under the 1870 Enforcement Act, designed to enforce civil rights and root out Klan terror. The case went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court and resulted in the ruling United States versus Cruikshank, which essentially gutted the Enforcement Act. Of the 97 indicted, 9 were tried and 3 were initially found guilty. The Cruikshank ruling eventually overturned their convictions and effectively marked the legal end of Reconstruction. Like what you hear? Check out more at laborhistoryin2.com.
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Now, here is Rick Smith.
So the 2008 Great Republican Recession brought us, well, a new word into our vocabulary. We learned the word austerity. You may remember once President Obama took office, the Republicans were all hell bent on the A word because look, it was their goal. All other things considered, it was their goal to make him a one-term president. If that meant starving the beast or strangling our economy, that's what they were going to do. Now, this economic collapse could bring us a couple new words that I don't think we've heard in this country for quite a long time. And my next guest has written a piece on those two dreaded D words and here to share some thoughts on what those are. I've asked our good friend Pedro DaCosta to come talk with us. Pedro is a senior reporter at Market News. He also does some work for Forbes and Market Watch. Pedro, thanks for taking time for us.
My pleasure, Rick. How are you?
So the two dreaded D words, what are they?
The first is depression, which is, a really, really deep recession, but it has a loose definition, but probably is something that lasts, more like a year and a half to 2 years rather than 2 to 3 quarters, as most people currently have forecast. And the other one is deflation, which is sort of related because the two tend to happen in tandem. And deflation is something that happens when prices become so depressed in the economy that you just get into a cycle of falling wages and prices, and when falling prices cease to be a good thing because they become a sign of just deep economic morass, basically. And we are in a scenario that might lend itself to both of them, and it all depends on how strong the policy response is to prevent either one. And so far, the policy response has been fairly strong, but we'll see how much staying in power it has.
Yeah, I've been saying, from the beginning, and I took some heat early on saying, giving Trump credit for being willing to spend. He's a Keynesian now. In fact, he thought he came up with the phrase "prime the pump." But I think he will be a guy who brings the Republicans around to, the hell with their Tea Party backings and their austerity leanings. I think he's a guy who will spend insanely. Whether that's good or bad long term, I'm not going to say, but I think he will spend.
But to be honest, I don't know that the Republicans necessarily needed Donald Trump. I mean, the trend toward fiscal austerity when Democrats are in power, but then reversing towards fiscal profligacy when they're in power, that seems to be pretty fairly well established regardless of the president. So it happened under George W. Bush as well. So it doesn't need to be a different kind of Republican to get the Republican Party going. It just needs to be a different power structure.
I completely agree. I mean, because I had said it, had Hillary been in office, there would have been more calls for austerity, and they would have done everything they could possibly do to make this even worse. And my statement was that I'm glad, at this moment, he's there because they're not going to do those things.
Well, I guess that might be the case, but I mean, I'm not sure that that's the best possible scenario, considering that let's put it this way, the ineptitude, arguably the level of ineptitude of the federal response is actually what's leading us to face such a deep economic abyss in the first place. Because if you look at countries like South Korea, which had their first case around the same time as we did, but actually acts and looks like a first world country, and so they actually implemented testing and early tracing. I mean, South Korea is literally an example of what an actual first world country coming together looks like. Guess what? There were a lot of public-private partnerships in the real sense, in the sense that there was a private sector that was sufficiently well connected to the government that they were able to do what Trump cannot in terms of ordering the production of the goods that they needed. So I think arguably the weak policy, I see your point on spending, where I think the broader policy response could have been much better and therefore prevented a deeper economic slump.
No, I agree. And in fact, what I said on our radio program, a couple of weeks ago when this started was, had Hillary been in office, I don't think we'd be in this position. I think all of the levers of government would have acted appropriately. All the bells and the whistles and all the lights and the flashing, blinking, everything would have been addressed. We wouldn't have gotten into the deflecting and all of the distraction. I completely agree. But now that we're here, the point was very simple, that this is a guy who's going to bring the Republican Party to spend regardless of their Tea Party leanings and their a former concern of debt and deficits. But here's the thing. I mean, this is a real concern of, who knows when they flip the switch back on, and I don't want it to happen too soon because we don't want to undo what we've done. But we're in weird territory. I don't know that there's anything we can look to that we've done this kind of thing, that we've flipped the switch back on and it's worked out poorly or well.
No, first of all, there's no example of turning a switch back on where it works out really well. I mean, the example that economists use are natural disasters, where you have a hurricane that's localized and the local economy gets damaged for a while, but it just comes bouncing back, and there's all this pent-up demand for construction and so on. I think a natural disaster analogy is poor because, I mean, it is a natural disaster by definition, but as a pandemic, but it's not like a hurricane. It's hitting the whole world at the same time. It keeps on circulating over and over, and it makes people change their daily habits. So I think the other danger of a Trump presidency in this pandemic, to your point earlier about he might be willing to deficit spend, but he's not very focused on the kinds of social programs. They're cutting SNAP at the same time that we're supposed to be extending jobless benefits. So you have countervailing forces in terms of actually trying to help people. But then, you tweeted about the committee to reopen the economy, which is, populated by the usual cast of characters that's in charge of everything in the Trump administration. And I think what's so dangerous about that is that committee itself, I think, is a public health danger, right? Because having that committee and establishing it right now sends the wrong signal to people who are still being expected to physically distance. And therefore, the very existence of the committee is a public health threat, in my view, because it lessens the apparent severity of what we're going through. And therefore, it makes people potentially less adherent to the rules. And
so you're not in favor of a bunch of old rich white guys deciding what the rest of us do? You don't think that's a great idea? Since they did take Jared and Ivanka off, I guess that was the message today. No more kleptocratic son-in-law and no more.
I didn't realize they were off. I thought they were. I didn't realize they were on and then off at the end. By the end of the day,
off the death panel. I don't know who they're going to replace.
Jared is a very busy man. He's solving so many problems right now. I couldn't see He's probably finding a vaccine. I mean, how is he going to deal with the economy?
Well, and that is part of the problem, isn't it? We've a little bit too much on his plate.
Should I say Dr. Kushner?
Sure, why not? He probably got his degree from Trump University.
Trump you.
But one of the things that's frustrating to me is that the federal response to this, as you point out, has been really inept and erratic, and all kinds of bits of insane. And you've now got states that are coming together. Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware, and Rhode Island. They're forming a little pack. You've got Washington, Oregon, and California. They're forming a little pack. And then you've got the insanity pack throughout the southern states that are doing their thing. We're really dividing ourselves up into bits and pieces, which is really unhealthy for a nation of our size.
It is. I mean, to leave a pandemic response to the states, I mean, it's kind of wonderful that we have the states and we all look to the governors for leadership at this point in time. And it's not the first time. I mean, I remember feeling a lack of leadership, during the Bush administration. And when we had the blackout in New York in 2002, I was in New York. And it was a big moment because we were all afraid it was a second 9/11. And George Bush came on the line to talk about the grid, and it was very confusing. And then I heard George Pataki, and I was like, oh, wow. I have a president in Japito. So having the governors in place really helps. But at the same time, this is the kind of thing that only the federal government can do in terms of logistics, in terms of actual military logistical assistance, in terms of the activation of the Defense Production Act, as you talked about before, to actually getting ventilators to where they're needed. Thank God it appears that New York may have skirted the worst because of all the heavy physical distancing stuff that we've done. But I'm very worried about the southern states. I'm not a doctor, but it seems like, the pictures and stories that you hear are not conducive to good outcomes. And I also worry about this new tension with Dr. Fauci. I mean, of course, it was going to come to the point where he was going to fire the doctor that's leading the response. And I don't even find Fauci that adherent to the truth in the way that he stands up there and legitimizes Donald Trump. So if Fauci gets gone, then I'm really afraid of who replaces him.
Maybe that's where Jared's going next.
And there you go.
But here's the thing. One of the things that I want to focus on, and I want people to start looking towards, is what comes post coronavirus. What does that economy look like? Because as I said at the beginning, we're seeing firsthand the inequities in our economy. We're seeing the inequality. We're seeing how bad things have been for a very long time, as people are now missing a couple of paychecks. The savings isn't there. For me, I want to start talking about, what does this post-coronavirus economy look like, and what should we be fighting for? And for me, you're talking about the potential deflation and wages going down and prices going down and this horrible stuff leading us into a depression. I want to start talking about how do we make sure that when we come out of this, we're stronger for it as opposed to more desperate.
Absolutely. I think that's a wonderful way to think about it and to focus on things that way. I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised by so two things. I'm disappointed that after the last recession, we didn't have just a solid fiscal plan in place that's sort of, mutually agreed upon, fairly bipartisan, but that does all the things that we did in a fairly hurried way, but there needs to be an agreement that we could just hit the switch and like launch the plan without there having to be last minute haggling, because that means the $2 trillion that we spent was spent in a less than ideal manner, because I think if it had been planned out, we could have done it better. But I'm still surprised that, we do seem to have learned some of the lessons in terms of putting in place measures to prevent CEOs from cashing out on all the bailouts. Elizabeth Warren today introduced something that's supposed to go on top of the CARES Act to recognize essential workers for what they really are. I think one of the things that really comes out to your point is like the workers that we truly, truly need, and the ones that, the occupations that we think are really needed, but they're actually superfluous. And so I think the definition of an essential worker, how much those workers get paid for being on the quote unquote front lines, I think all those things need to change. The other thing that I'm looking at a lot is the environmental impact. Surely when you see these images of like, now you can see the Himalayas from parts of India where you could never see it before. The industrial parts of China are becoming clear. The waters of Venice, you can see fish in. Surely there's a way for us to re-enter the economy without going back to business as usual in terms of destroying the planet. So those are, focusing on workers and focusing on the planet are two ways in which I think we could use this time to really take a pause and think about what we want our economy to look like.
Yeah, I had someone actually, email me and say, Los Angeles, I can see the highway. I can actually see the skyline. It's incredible. Because
I saw somebody tweet a picture like that. I didn't see a source, but I saw it as they had a sort of, 3 pictures like a couple months ago and then a month ago, and then I didn't retweet it because I didn't see the source. I couldn't, verify it, but I've seen other ones that are verified of, like literally of the Himalayas being seen from parts of India that are just so far away, but now the skies are clear. So I think there's going to be a lot of studies about, imagine, I was thinking, if we know that whales talk, right? If we could speak whale, or if we could speak dolphin, imagine like the noise pollution that just came to a halt suddenly, right? What are these animals thinking? And they must be just in awe of the things that are taking place. The birds, I mean, I know the birds in my neighborhood are chirping. I don't know about you, but they're pretty excited.
Well, they're probably saying, thank God we got rid of all those people.
I'm saying, in a way, I've been thinking of this thing in big terms, and, Mother Earth is maybe trying to send us a signal that we need to, slow the F down and stay the F home a little bit more. I mean, that's, I think, the signal that the planet is sending to us. And actually, if you look at, today there was a fascinating stat. It was trending on Twitter about the 30%. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
The 30% was trending because 30% of Americans believe, despite all available evidence to the contrary, that this is a man-made virus that somehow was weaponized and gotten into the system, right?
Those are your QAnon people. Right,
exactly. And the reason I mentioned that is that the actual root of the virus is likely related to climate change, in the sense that, the bats on which the virus originates, that then spread to the pigs, that then spread to human, through eating and through different contact. It turns out that the reason those bats are so stressed and they're A, shedding so much virus, and B, not in their own environment and biting things that they wouldn't normally bite, is because of the stress of climate change on their environments. So that's one of the reasons we've been having these pandemics. And so, it's one of the things that we should definitely think about.
So do you have any hope that happens? I mean, I would like to see a living wage. I would like to see people with health care. That's my first line of thought, to really think about, big thoughts like saving the planet and saving humanity for future generations. We can't even get a minimum wage increase.
I think those things are not, once you get momentum for one, you should get momentum for the other, because there's really no point in making a minimum wage or a maximum wage, for that matter, in a burning planet where you can't survive. But really, I think that, yes, I think one of the things that it shows us is the lack of infrastructure we have for the social safety net. So like, suddenly, let's say we want to broaden healthcare coverage, or we want to broaden unemployment coverage, or for instance, this thing that we want to do about like giving companies incentives to retain workers. Guess what? The workers are already gone. There's no amount of incentive you can build in, because we're not Denmark. In Denmark, they do have a program where, as you said, you get to keep as long as you keep your workers, you get a subsidized 80% wage of your worker, something to that effect for an extended period. That allows a firm to stay solvent, and they know this ahead of time, so they're able to go into the slump with the knowledge that they're going to be covered, as opposed to like being a small business. As you've seen on Twitter, like all the small businesses are crashing the lines to get their loans, and individuals are crashing the lines to get their unemployment benefits because we don't have this social safety net infrastructure to even make these payments. I think that's going to change, and that's going to change for the better in the way that you can actually make a digital payment to an indigent, let's say a homeless person, right? Like I think about the homeless person who doesn't even know they need that $1,200 stimulus check. How are they going to get it? If they just had access to some kind of digital account where they can be credited, it's not that difficult to accomplish. You just give everybody a card. So,
no, I mean,
I think we're gonna make some progress there.
I sure hope so, and that's where my mindset is at this point. It's no more doom and gloom. It's no more this is going to be the end of humanity. It's how do we come out of this better? How do we make life better for all of us on the other side, and not just a handful? And I think the work that you're doing is fantastic, and I hope people will check it out. We'll make sure that we get links out so people can take a look at the terrific work you do. Pedro, I appreciate the time. As always, great stuff.
My pleasure.
Good stuff. Our good friend Pedro DaCosta, senior reporter over at Market News. Quick break, right back. Stick around.
Remembering that united we bargain, divided we beg. Rick Smith.
I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1903. That was the day that 25 delegates from 17 cities gathered in Washington, D.C. to discuss forming a union for laborers. General laborers, who often perform some of the most backbreaking work on projects like digging canals and surfacing streets, were often blocked from joining craft unions as full members. The laborers in D.C. decided it was time to join together and formed the International Hod Carriers and Building Laborers Union. That was the beginning of the union that today is called the Laborers International Union of North America, or LIUNA. The union published its first constitution in English, German, and Italian, reflecting the diversity of the members that they represented. At the convention, the delegates issued a declaration of principles. In it, they declared, quote, "We hold that all men are created free and equal, and that honor and merit makes the man, and that self-preservation is the first law of nature, and that he who would be free must strike the first blow." They then went on to describe their purpose, writing, quote, "First, to gather under one grand banner all of those who toil on buildings with our craft and calling. Second, to promote by all honorable means the social and financial standing of all those who wish to partake in the fruits of amalgamation. Third, to create general agitation for the purpose of making a universal 8-hour day to increase the wages of members of the craft. Fourth, to establish a system of conciliation and arbitration in different sections of our land. Fifth, to help members of the craft in securing lawful and profitable employment. For more than a century, LIUNA has fought for the rights of laborers."
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Now, here is Rick Smith.
So on Saturday, April 11th, evidently the first round of stimulus checks went out. Personally, I don't know anyone who received their stimulus check, but I'm told that some of them went out, and it's really curious to me why this would take so long, given the fact that a large number of people do direct deposit, direct withdrawal. They have all the banking information. It seems to me that a computer code could do this, and we could do it much faster. We could get money into people's hands much faster than we've done. And as I said at the beginning, allay some of the fears that folks have already. And look, I understand the unemployment system is just slammed. So the idea of, hey, let's just expand unemployment, that wasn't going to happen really fast either. So for me, the first check going out, just a quick, hey, we know you don't have savings. Here's a little bit to get you through. To me, was a smart first step. Anyway, we're here to share some thoughts on what they're doing in the state of Pennsylvania. I've asked Pennsylvania State Representative Pat Harkins to come talk with us. Pat, thanks for taking time for us.
Hi, Rick. How are you? It's good to be with you tonight.
I'm good. So did you get your stimulus check?
I've been so busy I haven't even had a chance to even check on anything like
So
that.
again, I know nobody. And as I said, I think this is a smart first step. Get a little bit of money in people's pockets, help them through this initial period, and then extend the unemployment. Then make sure that people have access to what they need, because the unemployment system is just slammed, isn't it?
It is. It's unbelievable. We spent 3 hours today on caucus updates and everything else, and luckily we had the Department of Labor with the secretary who's doing a bang-up job with all things considered. We had conference calls. We had updates. I'm still sitting at my one computer at home, just trying to update people on some of the claims that I've been processing for people that I know that I used to work with in my UPS days. But there's a lot to cover. There's a lot of things that I'm going to send to you that you can forward on to your listeners. But the Federal CARES Act that was passed on March 27th of 2020 provides a substantial amount of things: the $600 benefit, the federal pandemic unemployment compensation, a number of things covered in that, and then the benefits for the self-employed, the independent contractors, and the gig workers. Those are the pandemic unemployment assistance, PUA as they call it. Those claimants are not yet able to apply for these benefits, but L&I estimates that the application will be available within the next 2 weeks, hopefully.
Well, that's a good thing, because there are a lot of self-employed folks who I'm getting, responses from people going, well, how are we supposed to do this? It's supposedly out there. How do we get it? And look, the workers for the state and states all across this country, they've got to worry about their safety as well. So,
Exactly.
Having the state trying to figure out how they're going to manage a workplace to keep people safe while, this massive influx of unemployed applications has got to be a daunting task. I mean, almost 17 million people unemployed in just 3 weeks. I mean, it's just mind blowing at that number.
And I get the updates all day, every day, 24/7. It seems. When I went out to get something in my car this afternoon, I got an update that the system had crashed, and that was at noon, and it came back up at 2. But we had high winds here all afternoon, and we think that it was something with one of the local providers. But things got back up, things were running, and by the time we had the conversation at 4 o'clock, the call volume had dropped that I had seen through my office. But then again at 6, I started receiving them again through my work phones and computers again. And I'm working on a strange one right now for a person who's older and trying to figure out how to navigate. But you get the disconnect, you get the people that are worried, but I keep telling them, stick with it, keep on that internet site, and it'll walk you through it, it'll get you where you need to be. And they've paid out quite a bit of money so far, and it's been very, very good for the claims that have gone through so far. But it's the glitch ones. It's the people who have already been in the system. I guess it's cross-referencing Social Security numbers as well as other things, and that's what seems to be slowing some things down.
No, I mean, it's, you can't just be throwing money out the door. But to be honest, during this time period, maybe just throwing money out the door is the first step.
Right, and I you have to do your due diligence with everything. I said 10 years from now, you'll see 2020 that somebody got rich off this thing. That's what we're trying to guard against, is the pranksters and the hooksters that are trying to con the system and everything. Believe it or not, there's a lot of those people out there too. But my colleagues and I, we're all working very hard. We're trying to make sure that everyone's concerns are addressed. And there's so much uncertainty and so much misinformation on the internet. And I tell people, just don't believe that stuff. Bypass that. Find the site that's reputable. Go on PA.gov and look at what they have. follow those facts and figures, and that won't steer you wrong.
Yeah, regardless of what state you're in, go to the state's unemployment website and look at their information. Don't look up the pop-up ads. There's nobody out there going to help you navigate the system for free or help jump you to the front of the line. It's just not going to happen. You got to go through the proper channels, right?
Yeah, it's uc.pa.gov, and that's what you want to listen to. That's what you want to believe, not some huckster that's trying to get you to buy into their spiel and con you out of your numbers and your Social Security numbers and information, things like that.
Yeah, because those are the people we should be on the other side of this. We lock up and throw away the key.
Oh, yeah, no mercy for those people.
No, none whatsoever. One of the other questions I did want to ask you outside of the unemployment situation is there's seems to be a move in the General Assembly, both the House and the Senate, to reopen the economy. Even though, look, I think every rational, sane, thoughtful person would go, hey, we've come this far. Don't shortchange it. Let's get to the end and do this the right way. But there are still those nitwits and numbskulls out there who are saying, no, we should fling the doors open and go back. Any chance of something like that passing and undoing the great work the governor of Pennsylvania has done thus far?
Yeah, I understand that the House Republicans are going to try and pass that tomorrow, and they probably will if they can get their members to show up, which is unbelievable in itself that they would put these people on the road and expose them to this virus and everything else. And then the Senate is supposed to come in, the Republican-controlled Senate, on Wednesday and do the same. But it's my hope and my colleagues' hope that the governor will veto it, and I'm almost certain that he will. He's been doing a yeoman's job. This is a tough, very, very tough situation to be in, but he's doing his best. He's got great people working with him. He's going to work with the other 6 governors from New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, and they're going to decide when to get the states back up and running and when is the right time, when is the safe time. I just compared this to a neighbor of mine. I said a few years back I had to go through an MRI. And if you've ever been through those, they're not pleasant. But they give you the ball to squeeze. And if you want to come out, you pretty much forego all that you went through. So I was 3/4 of the way through, and I pushed on the ball, and the girl said, hey, you can come out. But she said, if you do, it's all for naught. You got to start again, in an hour tomorrow. So I said, no, let's go through with it. So once I got done with it, I looked and saw what I was in, and I was a little more comfortable. But I did get claustrophobic. But point being, until you go through something, you withstand and you go through it. What we're doing right now, we've got to go through, and we got to see it through to its completion. Otherwise, it's all for naught. We've wasted everybody's time and lives.
Yeah, you brought up the commission that they've set up, to reopen the economy, and I think Andrew Cuomo said it best, where he said, we're going to reopen society based on data and based on experts, not opinion and politics. And I think that's the absolute right frame. But I guess I'm in this weird world of it's sad that states like Pennsylvania, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, and New Jersey all have to come together and form a little group, much like California, Washington, and Oregon have done, because our federal government is so inept. And I guess we distrust any response from them because their track record has really been very poor.
Yeah, everybody wants to be an MD, and nobody has that after their name. Everybody wants to be an attorney. Everybody wants to give advice, but they don't have the background. If we're smart, we sit back, we listen to these people who know what they're talking about. Dr. Fauci's no stranger to great health care and to what he's doing. He should be the guy up there speaking, and just him every day. He knows what he's doing. These fools get up and they preach things they have no idea or no reason to talk about.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I want to go back to the unemployment for a second real quick before we wrap up, because there are a lot of small businesses that are really hurting, and folks that are, they're willing at this point to put themselves in harm's way, just to save what they've built and just to survive on the other side of this, which will only make it that much worse for everybody. Any of the meetings that you're in, any of the language that you're getting, what kind of help is going to be there for them? The sole proprietor, the guy who's put out his shingle, he's all by himself. He's got his life savings in all of this. I want him to understand that there's hopefully somebody looking out for him.
There is help on the way, and through all the conversations we've had today and last Friday, it's been to assure them And the people that I know from my days at UPS that I've dealt with, the restaurants that my wife and my kids frequent, we're trying to assure them. We're trying our best to help them and direct them in the right direction right now. But there is help on the way, and stick it out. Everybody in these communities have got to unite with the local people. But there is help on the way. The federal government has passed some help, but we're all looking in every nook and cranny that we can to come up with help for them, to assist them, to get them by. And now is the time when statesmen shine. And this is the time we got to step up and do our best for them.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Pat, I appreciate the time. It's always great talking with you. Keep up the great work that you do. I look forward to talking to you again.
Thanks, Rick. You too. And I'll be sure to forward that on, and you can get it back out also, the other information to your listeners.
We will most certainly do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rick.
Our good friend, Pennsylvania State Representative Pat Harkins. And look, as I've been saying for a while, the reality is, we've got to do the right things now. If we halfway this, all this will have been for naught. And look, I'm happy that there are people like Representative Harkins out there fighting for working people and small businesses to ensure that our tax dollars gets to them, and that we do this the right way. Even if I don't have much faith in the federal government. I'd love to hear your thoughts. You can email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com. Quick break. Right back.
Remembering that united we bargain, divided we beg. Rick Smith.
I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1919. Labor leader and socialist Eugene V. Debs was sent to prison for speaking out against World War I. Debs was a well-known figure. In 1894, he had led the American Railway Union out on a strike against the Pullman Railway Car Company. 250,000 railway workers walked off the job in support of the strike until it was brutally crushed by the United States military. Debs was arrested and served time in prison for his role in the strike. Due to his popularity, government officials were alarmed by Debs' pacifist stance. So, in 1917, when he gave a speech against World War I in Canton, Ohio, he was arrested under the Espionage Act. The act had been passed a few months prior, making it illegal to interfere with the armed services recruitment efforts during wartime. At his trial at a federal court in Cleveland, Ohio, Debs defended himself. In his final statement, he explained his motivation. I am thinking this morning of the men in the mills and the factories, of the men in the mines and on the railroads. I am thinking of the women who for a paltry wage are compelled to work out their barren lives, of the little children who in this system are robbed of their childhood. He was found guilty, and so on this date he started his 10-year sentence. In Cleveland, infuriated unionists and socialists led a protest of Debs' imprisonment. Violence broke out during the march. Mounted police and even tanks were brought in to suppress the demonstrators. In the aftermath, 2 people were killed, more were injured, and dozens were arrested. While in prison, Debs ran for President of the United States on the socialist ticket, receiving nearly 1 million votes. Finally, in 1921, President Harding commuted Debs' sentence to time served. Labor History in 2 brought to you by the Illinois Labor History Society and The Rick Smith Show.
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Now, here is Rick Smith.
So it looks like the Trump campaign is suing a television station in Wisconsin because they had the audacity to air a political ad from Priorities USA PAC. Priorities USA, I believe, is one of the biggest Democratic PACs, super PACs in the country. They're spending a bunch of money in the battleground states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania being one of them, where I'm at. And look, I've heard a bunch of them. I've heard a bunch of these ads, and it's like all political ads. They're showing you their side of it. In fact, the ads are being aired in Florida, Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the battleground states, the ones that Joe Biden is going to have to win if he's to unseat Donald Trump. But they're suing them for defamation of character and libel and all kinds of stuff because Priorities USA used Donald Trump's words to create this 30-second ad. And what they did is they took his words and they put it over, they dubbed it over top of images that showed the number of people getting sick from the coronavirus and dying. They showed the image of that number going up. Seems like a political ad. The words that I guess they were upset about were the coronavirus. These are Trump's words. The coronavirus is their new hoax. Now, I've said on the program a number of times that I don't believe Donald Trump said that the coronavirus was a hoax. I think any rational person would say he didn't say that. He said that the Democrats are making this a hoax, but what a lot of his people heard was it's a hoax. Because I've talked with Trump supporters who actually believe that it's a hoax. And this is one of those weird moments where, Democrats and liberals and people who are not on the Trump train understand the reality of what he said and understand how he said it and why he said it. And the people who were hearing it and are receptive to his messaging didn't actually hear what he said. They thought that the Democrats believe this is a giant hoax and that it's all nothing to worry about. They can go out about their lives, nothing to worry about, gonna be fine. Evidently, this is what they're suing for unimaginable amounts of money. And it's just one of these moments where you go, this is where we're heading as a country. This is what Trump is going to do this entire election. But the whole ad read, the coronavirus is their new hoax. We have it totally under control, which Trump did say. It's one person coming in from China, which Trump did say. One day it's like a miracle. It will disappear. Trump said that. When you have 15 people and within a couple of days is going to be down to close to zero, we really think we've done a great job in keeping it down to a minimum. I like this stuff, he said on another occasion. I really get it. People are surprised that I understand. No, I don't take responsibility. All of those clips were put together showing that the number went from 15, which were supposed to be close to zero, to now the most in the world with the highest death numbers in the world. That's where we are. From a guy who, for a month, went on deflecting and diminishing and dismissing any real concerns outwardly. Now, if his administration was doing something behind the scenes that none of us know about, that's something different. What he was doing in public was really dangerous. The kind of stuff that, leads the 30% of the population not thinking that there's anything wrong and that it doesn't matter. You get like the woman in Ohio goes, I'm going to church because I'm covered in the blood of Jesus. They don't care about the virus whatsoever, which makes the rest of us, makes everybody else less safe. This is one of those moments. So it's going to be interesting to see how they are going to litigate that suit, considering Trump has packed the courts with a bunch of ideologues and sycophants who, in a lot of cases, aren't qualified for the jobs they're doing. So I will be surprised to see how this plays out in our court system. But more than that, more than the game of going through the court system, it's the chilling effect on these small stations to not air what the opponent's message is going to be. And we're going to see this play out a lot. So get ready for it. There will be a lot of Trump lawsuits. It's his MO. It's what he's done in the past. It is who he is. So just get ready for it. Because this election, if we're not diligent, if we're not paying attention, is going to be, going to be ripe with disenfranchised voters, with lawsuits, with shenanigans, with, who knows? At the end of the day, we need to be on our guard. Anyway, I'd love to hear what you have to say. Smart is a good policy, good decision by Trump. Is he doing a good job? I'd love to hear it. You can email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com. Thanks so much for being here.
Remembering that united we bargain, divided we beg. Rick Smith.
When grassroots groups rise up against the corporate establishment to try winning some specific progressive changes for the common good, the odds against them can seem daunting. As an old saying puts it, where there's a will, there are 1,000 won'ts. That's certainly been the case in the decades-long political struggle to ensure that every man, woman, and child in our country gets decent health care as a human right. Today, even though we Americans pay by far the highest price for health care, most people are denied that right by our country's profiteering, corporate-run medical industry, which treats care as a privileged commodity. So many families are left out and maltreated by this dysfunctional system that more than 70% of Americans, including a majority of Republicans, now support replacing it with a Medicare for All, publicly financed system that provides full health coverage for everyone, even as it saves us money. So here came 1,000 screaming plutocratic won'ts trying to crush the people's will. But the present system is so bad and public support for Medicare for All has grown so large that the usual corporate dismissal of such ideas isn't working. Spooked, the won'ts met secretly in downtown Washington to set up the Partnership for America's Healthcare Future, a PR lobbying juggernaut. Of course, what they care about is the future of their rip-off profits. And they've committed hundreds of millions of dollars and hired an army of more than 200 lobbyists to pound the public and the Congress with a nuclear level of propaganda and raw political deceit. This is Jim Hightower saying, this is Washington politics at its worst. A handful of cynical self-interest using cloaks, dark money, and lies to rig the system for corporate profits at the expense of human health and political morality.
Hightower's commentaries are brought to you by the Hightower Lowdown, the monthly newsletter with Hightower's take on what Wall Street and Washington are up to. For information, visit hightowerlowdown.org.
Welcome back to the Rick Smith Show. Now, here is Rick Smith.
So I got to tell you, I was fully expecting Dr. Anthony Fauci to be fired via some irrational tweet today. But all we got was a temper tantrum and a bad campaign video during the circus press conference, and Fauci then doing a bunch of backpedaling, which was again kind of weird. But here again, you don't stay in that job. I think in 1984, he's been in that job since 1984. What is that? 36 years that he's been the director of allergies and infections there. Pretty incredible stuff to me. Anyway. The question that I came up with was today's temper tantrum, was that finally the break? Are we finally seeing the break that we've been expecting? Because look, the inner tubes, they rated Trump Circus, that performance as well, completely unhinged, seemed to be the most popular rating. And here to share some thoughts on completely unhinged and maybe how bad things will be tomorrow. I've asked our good friend Propane Jane. She's a psychiatrist and popular Twitter commentator. Jane, thanks for taking time for us.
Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for having me back.
So I know you didn't watch the circus today.
I did not. Sorry.
Maybe you saw the clip of him losing his mind.
I've heard about it. I've seen clips. I've seen the screenshots from CNN. It's bad. It's bad.
It's horrible.
But it's what we predicted.
It's one of these things where, as a country, I sat there and I'm watching this woman go back and forth, and I'm going, you're giving him exactly what he wants. Because I now think he wants that argument. I really do believe he wants that fight so that he can, again, frame himself as the victim.
Oh, of course. Always. I mean, he always wants that exchange because, like you said, he's going to play the victim. But apart from that, again, as we always talk about, there's a subset of people that like to see these displays. They like to see the arrogance. They like to see the bravado. they like to actually see him having a meltdown. And we've all seen people like this in our own lives. We might have friends or coworkers or even family members that you have this person that as soon as you start, challenging them or telling them something that they disagree with, they get all red in the face and they get huffy and they storm out of the room. They can't handle it. Or they're ready to beat you up over, whatever the conversation is about. And those types of people, when they see Trump act like this, they actually think that's a good thing. And they're like, hey, he's telling it like it is. He's standing up to those stupid reporters in the media that are just trying to take him down. I mean, they're getting off on that at the same time. But I think, again, I keep saying that, everybody knows I don't tune in because it's predictable what he's going to do. We knew he was going to do this. But again, for the people who didn't know this was going to happen and thought that he was just this well put together business person who's always calm and cool under pressure and always knows how to execute the deal, in his voice and his tone, they are now seeing this person who isn't any of that live on television having a meltdown. And even though I think Trump thought that these events were going to be a replacement for that narcissistic supply that he's not getting on the campaign trail, it actually is a huge supply for narcissistic injury and then narcissistic rage, which is what we're seeing tonight. In that he's got the spotlight, he's got all the cameras there, he's got all the media there asking all these tough questions, and he wants everybody to see him multiple times a day, every single day. But then the problem is that when he has that spotlight, he's incompetent, he's incoherent, he's erratic, and he is not assuring the public, and the public is becoming more, like, what is he doing? Like, I can't even believe that this is happening in a moment where we really do need a steady hand and we need somebody who's telling us very calm things, very fact-based things, but he can't do that.
Yeah.
So it's backfiring, and I think that's why he's having this very terrible reaction on live TV.
Yeah, but I look at this response, this back and forth with CBS reporter Paula Reed today as just, she was simply asking him a very simple question. Okay, you did what you said you did. You did that in January. Okay, yeah. We're going to concede that you did what you claim you did. What did you do from that point until down the road? Which was a very simple question. And there's part of me that goes, well, the reason he exploded the way he did is because he knows he doesn't have anything to say. There's nothing there,
right?
Which is the problem.
Of course, yeah. And there's no room for improvisation because this is a very ignorant person. He's not only is he ignorant, but he has surrounded himself by people who are also ignorant. And who are also not able to handle any of the things that have come his way over the last 3 years. Now, it hasn't been as obvious to everyone because, in general, the system is built to sort of keep trucking along on the steam that was already there and the fumes that are still there from the previous administration. But now when you hit a crisis, that's always the breaking point. We talked about this last week with GWB and 9/11. When you do that handover and then you get to a crisis point, the person who doesn't know what they're doing, who got the baton, is not going to have the skills and the training and the assets around them to rise to that moment and go, okay, well, maybe this is something we've never seen before, but hey, all of us are experts in these different fields, and so we're going to bring all of our expertise to the table, and this is how we're going to solve this problem. Not only is Trump and everybody that he's appointed very incompetent and out of their depth, he also has the whole entire Republican Party, many of them, even those who, are doctors or are lawyers or whatever, they're quacks. So even they don't know how to use the tools that are there to actually help people. And then you have this small little group of people like Dr. Fauci who actually are the career people who, like you said, have been there for, longer than a lot of, the people have been alive now that are paying attention to this. And so you can't easily remove him And you need him there because he is somebody who's an expert, and he's one of the only experts they actually have around Trump. And again, that's why they're at odds with each other, because Fauci is just basically going with science and facts, which is something that Trump has no idea how to approach because he's never dealt in that realm before.
Yeah, but he knows so much, and they're surprised that he knows so much. He could have done that job if he really wanted to.
In his fantasy, sure.
But here's the thing. To pick up on your they're all quacks kind of frame, and I completely agree. The people that have replaced all of the people that have left have been patronage appointments and patronage hires, which is a horrible way to run a government. I had a listener send me an article that pointed out that just this year alone, in the last year, 1,600 people have left the federal government, taking with them 10,000 years of experience with them. So the people who know how to keep our water clean and our air safe, and know how to fight in these viruses and stuff, they're fleeing the door, and we end up with people who, well, not.
Absolutely. And I think that, again, that's not just happening at the government level. It's also happening, I think, very acutely in the hospital system. And I think that's why you've seen, so many people have to be called back, and people who aren't just retirees coming back, people who've left, direct patient care because of burnout, because of a lot of different things. They don't have work-life balance or whatever. And a lot of times who is left behind there is the young people, right, who are coming up in training, who are just now learning. And that's not to say that they aren't smart or they aren't, well-educated or surrounded by people who are well-trained. But again, they don't have that 20, 30 years of experience where they've seen crises and they've seen so many of these oddball things happen, or what we like to call zebras in the medical field, where you've had enough time under your belt that you've seen the thing that doesn't happen very often, but you're ready and prepared if that thing comes along. And so I think that we're seeing that in the hospitals. We're seeing that where, the older people, they're at a greater risk. We're scared to have our older attendings come in who are 70 and in some cases almost 80 years old. We have 80-year-olds that are still working in the ORs and in the hospitals. And they know so much, and we need them there to help us. But we're trying to figure out how to keep them at home and just talk to them on the phone or do telemedicine, telepsychiatry or whatever our specialty is, in order to keep them safe. But then at the same time, we're making that kind of sacrifice of putting younger people in harm's way and exposing them to greater viral loads. So. So I think it's just a catch-22 that is happening all around our society. But the place that it's most seen and most felt right now, I think, is the government. When you're looking at the government and you're seeing, who's left that actually knows how to fix anything, there's not very many people left.
No, and that's a scary thing. And, as you're talking, I'm thinking about, I did a thread of tweets today of what we need to be doing right now to help us get through this, with average everyday working people and our frontline heroes and all of this. And then what we need to be doing on the other side of this, as I put it, the post-corona economy, what we need to be fighting for. And it sounds to me that, right now we need to be shoring up, the people who are the nurses, the doctors, the people who are, we need so desperately. But on the other side of this, we need to be training many more people so that people do have a better life-work balance, that we can attract and keep more people in the field. So if this ever happens again.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because, it's not like, something where, here I am, I'm standing here talking to you. I'm a doctor. I started my journey, my first year in college, I was 1999. And I graduated undergrad in 2003. But I didn't finish residency until 2014. And along the way, I had to go to, med school. I went and got a master's. I went to residency for 4 years. So it's like it takes 20 years just to even make a really good doctor in a lot of respects. So the idea that if we're losing these people who have really honed this craft over many, many years, but we're not replacing it on the back end by making it more affordable and more attractive and appealing, and not this like rigorous thing that you really have to sacrifice so much of your life in terms of your time and your safety to do it. That way it would be more appealing to people, I think. And I think, of course, the astronomical cost of going into debt to go to any healthcare program, I think, is so high for a lot of people. So that goes into the decision making. And I think all these things I've heard about, people talking about student debt forgiveness, obviously that's been important, and we've been talking about that in the course of the campaign and the primaries. But moments like this, it really highlights the importance of doing that, in particular for our healthcare workers who are on the front lines in this crisis, and in many ways are making those sacrifices financially as well.
Yeah, it's one thing to to call them essential or critical. It's another thing to make sure that we actually treat them as such.
Exactly.
You're listening to the Rick Smith Show. We're here with our good friend Propane Jane. Jane, one of the things that I'm going to be focusing on going forward is the idea of what things look like on the other side.
Yeah.
This idea of the post-corona economy.
Right.
What kind of things we're going to be fighting for, and I put out a whole thread today of things that I would like to see, and as some people gave me response, it's being reported and it's apparent that the minority communities across this country are the ones being most hit by this coronavirus, be it economically, be it through lack of health care, a whole bunch of reasons. And it's one of those things that I want to try and focus on. How bad is it, from you're on the front lines, you see this, how bad is it?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing that has to be understood about this, and I have a thread about this that I'll link to you as well, is that for starters, most of the data that we are receiving about the coronavirus and where it's spreading and about the outbreaks is coming from public health entities, okay, not private health entities. The majority of the data we're getting from public health departments, and that filters up through the CDC, and then that becomes the data that's in reports. So there is a separate apparatus of private labs, private hospitals that don't necessarily send their data at the same time frame or the same mandate that public facilities do. So there's two different pictures happening here in terms of the data and in terms of the pandemic itself. That's the first thing to note. So when we're talking about the data and these health disparities data, it's important to realize that when you're talking about a public health population, that population generally skews more towards people of color in terms of the population of people who are accessing that public health system. If you walk into a county hospital in a majority black city or a city that has a population of black people that's higher than the national average. So we've talked about cities like New Orleans and
Philadelphia.
We've talked about Philadelphia, exactly. All of these metropolitan areas that have higher black populations relative to the national average. And so they also have a higher population of black people that are accessing the public health system, using Medicaid, using Medicare, using county public health systems for their health care. They are less likely to have private insurance, employer-based health care coverage. That has been a problem in America for decades, okay? So when you see these numbers in a pandemic, you're getting numbers that are already skewed towards an underserved population, a high-risk population that has more medical comorbidities, asthma, diabetes, high blood pressure, you name it, all of these problems. And then when you factor in not having access to care, not having access to tests, not having access to medicine, that population of people is going to be harder hit in any community that you go to. And so, yes, we are going to talk about African Americans that are going to be hit in those communities for those reasons, but we're also going to hear stories at some point about rural communities in West Virginia, in Ohio, in Pennsylvania, in the same states that we're talking about, but they're using the public and the county system in a population that has a predominantly white population, right? So again, if they have those same socioeconomic indicators, poverty, low access to care, low access to good food, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, pollution in the air, the coronavirus is going to hit those populations harder. And so all of these things which you're talking about, a post-coronavirus world, it's the things that we've been talking about all along. It's making sure that people who are uninsured have some form of basic health care so that they can go in and have their chronic conditions maintained and stay on their medicine and not be, just having to make decisions between food and prescriptions. Those are problems that we always talk about. And so, for people like us who, work in public health, yes, we see these data and, it's disheartening and it's disappointing to see, but it's not surprising because we already know that's who's going to be impacted anytime we have an epidemic or a pandemic hitting this population.
Not to mention, as you pointed out, it's the socioeconomic class who are doing the jobs we're now calling essential.
Exactly.
The people who are working at the grocery stores, the people who are picking up our trash, the bus drivers, the people who most of the other times of existence we've just looked over or looked down on. Now we're calling them essential.
Exactly. Yeah. And because we're calling them essential, I mean, I just, posted a story today, this big, pork processing plant. I just found out it's the world's largest pork processing plant in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Yeah. They shut down.
They shut down. They have over 3,000 employees, and 293 of them tested positive for the coronavirus. So again, that population is not going to be. I don't know the breakdown of South Dakota, but I doubt that that's majority black. But again, because they're working in those conditions, because they're in this big, huge, environment where there's all these other coworkers there, and then there's food, and there's all this, it's harder to keep that environment sanitary. It's harder to keep them healthy. It's harder to make sure they all have PPE. It's harder to do all of these things. And so, again, they're going to be harder hit. These people that are, thankfully helping, deliver all this food for DoorDash and Uber, they are putting themselves in more contact. They are not actually doing as much social distancing as those of us who don't have those types of jobs. And they're putting themselves on the line, obviously, to make a living.
Right.
But because they have to make a living, but again, that's the sacrifice. And it's unfortunate that that's where we are, but that's kind of the struggle of human society, I think.
Yeah, and you brought up South Dakota. The story today was their governor there is announced that they're going to be the first state to do clinical trial treatments of the I can never say hydroxychloroquine.
Mm-hmm.
Evidently, they've requested 1.2 million doses. And I'm going, I sure hope this works. I hope it's not just something Trump threw out there and we're going to end up taking from people who need it for lupus or rheumatoid arthritis or malaria like it's supposed to be used for. I sure hope this is actually something that really pans out and it just isn't some whim that Trump got that threw out there.
Or worse, that it's something that actually kills more people than it helps.
Well, but you see, here's the thing. If you're on the last leg, this is one of those moments where I kind of agree with Trump. At this point, if you're on a ventilator or you're heading towards a ventilator, what do you got to lose?
Well, I mean, again, this is the question, right? I mean, that is sort of a layman's.
That's a layman's view. That's my view.
Yeah, I mean, that's a layman's mindset. And again, that's why Fauci and Trump are fighting with each other right now, because Fauci is taking the doctor perspective, which is that like annoying pharmaceutical commercial that we always see on TV that, just lasts forever and they run down all the potential side effects at the end.
Yep.
To include all the way up to death.
Yeah.
Right? And it's not a joke because, yes, in the clinical trials, yes, they'll say, oh, okay, well, maybe there was a 1% fatality rate or 0.1 or whatever. But then when you break it down to however many thousands of people that have been exposed to that medicine, then those numbers start to really pile up. And the news starting to come out is that they are halting. They're having to actually stop. This just broke yesterday, that they had to stop one of the clinical trials for that medication because of fatal cardiac complications.
Right.
So all of the things that the doctors are saying, well, yes, maybe in some instances it might work, but hey, there's this other risk that's actually higher. And because there's that risk of lethality with that, we just don't play around with something like this. But again, this is a man who runs casinos badly and bankrupts them.
Badly. You're right. No, and that was my take on it. I mean, it's interesting that now they're going to use these workers as guinea pigs, and that's where I was going with this. That was my view. When you put those two stories together, you got this huge pork processing plant, which it's going to be majority of people of color, probably mostly Latino, and now all of these people exposed to it and going to be infected. And hey, there's a perfect disposable people to guinea pig.
Well, and it's not, and the thing is that he's not just saying this to the quote-unquote disposable people. He's saying this to people who have money and who live in these gated communities and who are very rabid deplorables behind the scenes. You know, they wear the Brooks Brothers suit, but they are the 1%er that understands this connection with Novartis and this pharmaceutical CEO savior complex idea that because something is privatized and because it makes billions and billions of dollars, it is the magic cure for everything. And they would pay however much money they could pay to get a hold of something that somebody like Trump is telling them is the magic cure.
Yeah, no, I get that.
You know, so it's dangerous across the board, and everybody in the country is a guinea pig because now even doctors who are trained and who know better are trying to do this for people because Trump has given people this sense of hope that, hey, this might work for you.
Right in your backyard, in fact.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they're doing it at a nursing home.
Yep, the Robin Armstrong, I believe his name is.
Exactly, and he's a huge Republican person. He's a Trump, you know, he's like Black Voices for Trump or whatever nonsense. Oh, it just pisses me off. I'm sorry.
But I saw that last week, and because I talked about it on Tuesday, of this guy who miraculously he got what he wanted. All he had to do was call the lieutenant governor's office, and they shipped it right to him. Which I guess this is again the Hunger Games mentality of you got to know somebody to get what you need.
He better damn well hope that nobody dies. That's what he better hope, because if more than a couple of people do, that's his license. And Donald Trump is not going to pay for any deaths that happen on this guy's watch because he prescribed whatever he prescribed to them because Trump told him to do it.
Yeah, we'll see. And I like, because that was the first thing I thought. I go, well, if this goes south, maybe we won't have to see him ever again.
Exactly. It's a choice. Everybody can make that choice if they want to, but me, if it was my patient, if it was somebody in my family, I need to see the evidence.
Yeah, but here's my problem with that. I'm sure he's smart enough to say, this is experimental. Please sign here that holds me free of liability. I'm sure that's coming.
Well,
anyway.
I'm sure there's some regulators that would find some problems with him doing that with specifically elderly people.
Yeah, good point. Lastly, I wanted to get to a couple real quick things. Evidently, the Small Business Administration is now saying that faith-based organizations are eligible to receive Small Business Administration loans. Evidently, according to Mike Pence, we're going to start paying pastors because of the coronavirus. Are we pro or anti?
We are anti.
Okay, good.
We're anti. Moving on.
I thought it was not surprising coming out of this administration, but I had to throw that out there. And finally,
well, but the educated thing I'll say is that this is a loophole for these churches that are about to go under because they can't get people in to put money in the collection plates because they're social distancing.
So now, could you make the argument on the other side of this saying we should be paying them so that they won't keep telling their flock to come in and risk themselves just so they can make money?
Well, then they need to pay taxes like any other business.
I'm right there with you.
Are they a business?
Well, this is the claim.
How do they even count as a business if they don't pay taxes as a business?
Yeah, this is the claim now that they're all businesses. Churches are now businesses.
Their whole ideology is just falling apart to shreds in this pandemic.
And finally, being from Texas, I wanted to get your thoughts on, is there a rivalry between the Houston Rockets and the Dallas Mavericks? Do you guys have, is that like a
Yes,
thing?
There's a rivalry between everything Houston and Dallas. The
Oh.
Oilers and the Cowboys, yeah, for sure.
There are no more Oilers, right?
Of course, there are always Oilers in our hearts and our minds.
Oh, okay, in the house. That's okay. Okay. I just thought I thought they went somewhere else. You threw
Yeah,
me
they're
there.
the Titans now, but they're still my Oilers.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to bring this up because there's an interesting thing. You being from Houston, I'm sure you're a Rockets fan.
Yeah.
The owner of the Rockets, this Tillman Fertitta. Am I saying that right? Evidently, he said that his thing was he learned that if you fire your workers early enough, you're actually doing them a favor. And I compare that with the Mavericks owner, Cuban, whom I haven't always been a huge fan of, but I got to give him utmost respect from the minute he found out that everything was shutting down. He was talking about how to take care of his workers. I just had to throw that out there.
Well, owners and players are two different things. So I'll say that.
Okay.
When I'm a fan of the team.
There you go.
And I'm a fan of the game. The owners themselves are a different story.
Okay.
But that guy, Fertitta, or however you say his name, he is not popular. Houstonians are very disappointed with this guy, so stay tuned to what happens with him.
I hope so,
over
because look,
time.
I'm of the mindset, at some point something's got to be done. Houstonians have got to step forward and speak out. This is
Yeah, we're not
right.
feeling this guy. We're not feeling this guy and what he's doing to
All
his
right.
workers at all.
Good stuff. Jane, I appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
You too. Have a great week and stay safe.
You as well. Our good friend Propane Jane. Quick break, right back. Stick around. You're listening to The Rick Smith Show. We're working people. Come to talk.
Saving work in America, one show at a time. The Rick Smith Show.
I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1873. That was the day the single most deadly incident of the Reconstruction era occurred, known as the Colfax Massacre. As many as 150 black Republicans in Colfax, Louisiana, were slaughtered by white supremacists determined to destroy advances made by the formerly enslaved. Results of the 1872 gubernatorial election in Louisiana had been hotly contested. President Ulysses S. Grant ordered federal troops in to support the Republican winner, William Pitt Kellogg. A number of black radical Republicans had also won or retained local and state political positions. William Ward, a black Civil War veteran and militia leader, had won a seat in the state legislature. By the beginning of April, he and others were being threatened with attacks on the Grant Parish Courthouse in Colfax and lynchings by defeated white Southern Democrats. Desperate for backup, Ward and others left for New Orleans to appeal for federal reinforcement. On the holy Easter Sunday, ex-Confederates, Klansmen, and Democrats rode into Colfax armed with guns, rifles, knives, and a cannon. 150 black Republicans were ready to defend their courthouse. Fighting raged on for hours, but eventually black Republicans were forced to retreat and then were massacred. 97 whites were indicted on federal conspiracy charges under the 1870 Enforcement Act, designed to enforce civil rights and root out Klan terror. The case went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court and resulted in the ruling United States versus Cruikshank, which essentially gutted the Enforcement Act. Of the 97 indicted, 9 were tried and 3 were initially found guilty. The Cruikshank ruling eventually overturned their convictions and effectively marked the legal end of Reconstruction. Like what you hear? Check out more at laborhistoryin2.com.
Welcome back to The Rick Smith Show. Now, here is Rick Smith.
So it was reported today that a soldier above the USS Theodore Roosevelt has died of the coronavirus. The Navy confirmed that today. And look, the reality is they claim that more than 500 soldiers or sailors from the Roosevelt have tested positive. And remember, this is the ship where the guy was thrown off And then the acting, Secretary of Navy, he resigned after dressing this guy down publicly. And the thing that here's the really twisted part. Over the weekend, I couldn't get away from articles of the Chinese military doing some pretty muscular stuff in the region, which again, part of a scary thing about our response to China. I'm here to share some thoughts on the news of the day, especially this China bit. I've asked our good friend, former Congressman Bob Ney, to come talk with us. Bob, thanks for taking time for us.
Well, thank you, Rick.
So I'm looking at this story that soldiers died. 500 soldiers on this ship have been tested positive. I don't know how many of the percentage of the ship have been tested, but this is fairly worrisome, especially at a time where the Chinese are starting to feel their oats.
Well, right, and then the Navy hasn't disclosed the name, but there was also I think somebody else was admitted to intensive care, and this whole saga continues. What was it? Nearly 600, right? Sailors.
Yeah, last I saw was 500, but again, that was earlier today, and a new report could come out at 600. Because there are like 5,000 people on one of those ships. Right,
and so there's 600, and now 92% of the ship's been tested, and so of course this was the center of that controversy with the acting Navy Secretary Thomas Modly, who had dismissed that captain Brett Crozier on there. So I don't know how you sit with that, with that happening. Now, more than 4,000 sailors have been, I think, since evacuated and are ashore in Guam.
Right, and look, this is something that I got a question would have been done had Captain Crozier not come out. I don't know, and I don't think we'll ever know one way or the other. But it's one of those questions you got to throw out there.
Right, would it have went through quote the chain of command? Depends how you talk to. If you talk to some people that have been in the military, they'll say, well, there is a chain of command, and if it's violated, on and on. Then again, you don't know if that would have been the case, because obviously that's a lot of people infected on one ship, obviously, in one closed confinement.
And that's the thing. I mean, it would run rampant through our military, on the submarines, on these ships. Not good for national security, which is why, as I kept seeing these stories popping up on my feed of, Chinese, the Chinese military, maneuvering throughout the region, it got me thinking, one, is it they're just throwing this out there to get me to pay attention and maybe, look at this differently, or two, are they really being much more aggressive?
You mean with the Chinese?
Yes.
I don't think you can ever trust what they do or whatever their motive is. You know how it runs with them. You just absolutely never know because they are authoritarian. I mean, so many people have the concept that just because they're a sort of hybrid capitalist society that it's all changed, and frankly, not a lot's changed in China over the years.
No, you're right, and this is one of my big concerns of this election, because I sort of agree with what Trump has done. I agree with the tariffs. I agree that you have to be tough on China. I don't agree with how he's gone about it. This go it alone mentality. I think it should have been a global coalition that he would put together. But knowing this guy's inability to do that, the fact that he brought it up, I think, is an important issue. My fear is that Joe Biden is going to be painted as weak, because I think he is going to be weak on China.
Well, I spoke to a friend of mine, who was active in politics when I was, in Florida, and this was 2 nights ago. And I was telling him, I said, there's no question that, they are going to, meaning the Trump campaign, is going to make Joe Biden look like a reincarnation of Mao Zedong, and sure enough, the next day, the Trump campaign is right out front planning to hammer Biden on his China posture. When the debates were going on, I looked at Bloomberg, and I was, no fan of Bloomberg, period. And one of my hostilities to Bloomberg has, amongst a few things, has always been he loves China. I mean, he expressed it. We've got to, work with him, blah, blah, blah. And I looked at that, And I thought, this guy up on that stage on the Democratic debate will never appeal to the average labor person alone in the Democrat constituency, you know. And with Biden, he's going to have to be very careful because the campaign of Trump is right now, as we speak, they're planning on making this a Joe Biden loves China like never before policy. And if you look at the past, even Mitt Romney and President Obama, when Obama was a candidate, were trying to out-China each other on who was going to get toughest, you know, with China. And the candidates do that. And then nobody does, and so therefore people sit there and go, "Well, they're not really telling the truth." So the one edge that I think that Trump has is that, you know, sometimes even, you know, you kind of grit your teeth because you're like, did he really need to do that? But he was the one candidate that became president and continued to do what he did with China. So I think that Biden's going to have to throw some proof out there somehow that, you know, he is going to take a tough stance. Because one of the things about when all of this is done, they talk about planning and jobs and recovery task force in the states and the Fed and everything, but something that's going to have a serious look is, what do we do to protect ourselves in so many ways that you and I could talk about for an hour when it comes to dealing with China?
Yep. I said from the beginning that we should have a national strategic plan for security purposes, much like we have like the Berry Amendment for the military. We should have that for critical infrastructure and for critical health and safety stuff like ventilators and masks and all of the things that we're now realizing, we don't have enough of.
Well, that's correct. I mean, look, we just the United States spent $2 trillion in a stimulus package, and so therefore they're going to have to look at, you know, do they want to have things happen again and again and again and spend trillions and trillions more, or do they want to invest some money in infrastructure, which also includes, you know, who makes what? Maybe we have manufacturing bases with manufacturing jobs that need to have support from the government, and then on a payback, you know, loan can be paid back. Maybe we need to do that type of thing, and also identify the weakness in our supply chain and go back to American workers. Now, it doesn't mean we're not going to deal with people globally, but this should teach us a lesson, and if they don't include that as an important part, the powers to be, in states and the Fed, if they don't include that as part of this package, then they're just, you know, really paper tigers is all they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to me. And you know, one of the things I talked about last week is Larry Kudlow, you know, Trump's chief economic advisor and former Fox business host, said that, you know, the way that we bring back those jobs from China, and his words were to provide 100% immediate expensing of all of their moving costs. And, you know, basically pay for their moving back, you know, pay for all of their costs. We'll foot the bill. And I'm going, you know, didn't we pay for the cost for them to move? No, all of these businesses didn't. You know, you go back to the campaigns, you know, they took tax breaks and they took, you know, all kinds of stuff for moving expenses to go to China. Now you got Kudlow saying we're going to pay all their expenses to come back.
Right. I'll just give you one example. Lucent Technologies. Lucent Technologies was, you know, an American multinational corporation, right? And it was out of New Jersey.
Yep.
And they would, and by the way, they're defunct. Their lobbyists, who I had known forever in the state of Ohio before I went to D.C., would come in and say, Bob, you got to support the most favored nation. You got to support permanent trade status for China, because just think how many jobs we're going to have here when we sell one cell phone to, you know, 40% of their population. And I said, I don't buy it. Because, you know, I was doing press conferences with Bernie Sanders, Dennis Kucinich. You know, I can go through a list of names. Karen Jaworski from Pennsylvania, you know, Vysotsky from out in, I think it was Minnesota. I can go through all these lists of names of D's and R's. We did press conferences saying, no, this is not going to happen. Well, Lucent Technologies, not only did it collapse, of course, the guy I knew lost his job, because as soon as they got what they wanted, guess what? They had no intentions. Yeah, no. They had no intentions to bring jobs to America.
Yeah, and I can boil that down to the individual worker level, because I used to drive into New York City every day, and I would stop at a Quick Check gas station for a break at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And there was a guy driving a big Cadillac. He would be there every day. He worked for Lucent Technology, and he was telling me he had the world by the short hairs. Had hundreds of thousands of dollars in his retirement account, was making huge money, the world by the short hairs. And then I hadn't seen him for a while, and I saw him months later after Lucent stock went from $100 down to $2. He was out of a job, and the story that he told was he literally had to train a guy from China to do his job here in New Jersey, and box up his computer and all of his things on his desk and ship it to China for the guy to do over there. I mean, or he wasn't going to get his severance package. I mean, the ultimate slap in the face.
Right. Correct. So, there's going to be a fever out here, and I think a lot of powers to be are going to combine together, both sides of the aisle, to say, wait a minute. And the ones that are still going to be, in this false sense of free trade, they'll actually be quiet. They're going to be politically afraid to go out on the front lines and actually try to defend free trade. But I think that this is going to be a big component of this. Now, right now, we can argue about in the country about Trump, and we can say about what the job he's doing or not doing, or the virus, etc. But the fact remains that when the shouting's done on this, you can bet that the Trump campaign is going to, more than ever before, in a massive, aggressive way, go after Biden and pass statements made. So, therefore, Biden's going to have to, I think, obviously have vice presidential choices that are definitely in line with labor, and is going to have to be ready to defend himself back, because this is going to be a key component. I mean, look, this is April. It's going to be very, very fresh in people's minds, no matter what they think of Trump, of where this thing started from, just like it did with SARS, just like it did with swine flu, etc.
Right. Yeah, but you got Biden, who last October said that China is not competition for us.
Right.
And you go, what? It even made me go, what are you talking about?
Right. And now, we also could spend 3 of your shows on things that Trump has said.
Oh, yeah.
Simply doesn't. And this is what I tell friends, come into the reality of it. They're like, well, what about Donald Trump said this and Donald Trump said that? I said, yes. And he's sitting there, and he's the incumbent president, and he's going to go wild on China. He's been going wild on China. So even though Trump doesn't, sometimes make sense or is not, cohesive in what he's saying, on this issue, he's going to use Biden's words, and Biden is just going to have to be prepared for this. This is one of these things, if Biden's not prepared for this and his people, then shame on him, because it's coming.
Yeah, much like he wasn't prepared for the question from Kamala Harris during the first debate. And that's what scares me. That's what's always scared me. That, and get ready for a steady diet of attacking him on China and attacking him on his son, Hunter Biden, and his dealings not just in the Ukraine, but also in China.
In China, and they're going to say that his son, Hunter's firm, was infused with Chinese money while his dad was vice president. They're going to say that. Now, we can look at Trump Jr. and Kushner. I mean, look at Kushner and his father and the and Saudi Arabia and on and on. Again, we can do that, but right now we won't even hear about Hunter Biden in the Ukraine. We're not even going to hear about that. We're going to hear a whole brand new Hunter Biden in China.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. But this has been the part that's been most concerning with me for Biden is, how's he going to answer this trade question? Because I believe Ohio went for him the way they did solely because of the trade issue.
Right. And what the Biden campaign, Andrew Bates has already hit back at Trump, and what he said, this is the Biden campaign guy, he said that Donald Trump comprehensively failed, this is his quote, our nation with respect to the deadliest public health crisis in 100 years, and in no small part because he disregarded warnings from a multitude of U.S. experts and brought China's spin about containment. But you're still going to have people that, well, wait a minute, didn't he cancel the Chinese flying in, even though 430,000 people from China got in here. So, but that's going to be some of the, the answer back and forth. And And there are going to be other issues, but this is going to be such a hot button. This is I call it, Rick, an abnormal issue. You know, if you and I were talking 3 months ago, we wouldn't be saying, "Well, wait a minute, you know, that's not going to be an issue for Biden or Trump," but it is.
No,
now.
I was saying all along that this was going to be one of the issues all along, because of Trump has made this the center of his campaign.
Right, and a lot of things have failed, and
right.
This is still the center. And we have to remember Hillary Clinton and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. I mean, you know, we have to remember that learning lesson and how people said, well, you know, deep down they knew she thought trade bills were the gold standard, and she couldn't get past that.
Nope. No, I can't tell you how many times I heard that. So what do you think of today's endorsement by Bernie Sanders? Does that help Biden on this question? Because on this question, the reason I was a big Sanders supporter is on this question, hands down, to me, Sanders is the guy on this issue.
Well, you know, I spent 11 years on the Financial Services Committee with Bernie Sanders. The vast majority of those 11 years, I spent with Bernie Sanders and others, press conferences, organizing, meeting with union people, building coalitions. I mean, you know, we took a stab at it, right, for permanent trade status and other trade bills. I mean, Bernie was our gold standard, and you know, I appreciated his position. I always argue back that had he been the candidate, I think Pennsylvania would have went a different direction in Wisconsin, personally.
Yep.
People say, well, he's too far left. No, I think it would have went a different way, and that's the Electoral College. But I think Bernie Sanders helps Biden as long as now Biden, you know, gets with the program and follows Bernie Sanders on trade issues and global issues. Then I think it'll help. If he doesn't, all the endorsement in the world is not going to, you know, help Biden. Biden cannot walk a fine line on this issue. He's got Sanders' endorsement, which I think helps him today. But in order to activate Sanders' people, and that end of the party, the Democratic Party, then he has to, you know, have proof in the pudding, so he gets their enthusiasm along with their votes and Sanders' endorsement.
No, I'm with you. Last question. You said that, you know, going to have to pick a union-friendly VP. Which woman on the campaign? Because he's already committed that he's going to bring a woman along with him as a VP. Any thoughts?
Well, I mean, I would yield. You know, you've got union expertise on the candidates. You know, internally within the Democratic Party, you have basically three candidates standing out there, and you have, you know, Klobuchar, Elizabeth Warren, and Kamala Harris, and there could be some others. The governor of Michigan, you know, could be out there. So, you know, I don't know. The problem Elizabeth Warren is going to have is that she came in third in her state, and that's just going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But
and you're going to win Massachusetts anyway.
Yeah, well, that's true. That is a good point. So I think it could be one of those four. They're mentioning the governor of Michigan now just because of the publicity and things she's getting now, how she's handling this in the state of Michigan.
Yeah, I don't know that Stacey Abrams is the answer because I don't think she pulls Georgia with you.
Right.
And I don't know about Kamala Harris because you're going to get California. So you need someone who's going to bring the excitement, who's going to bring some energy. It'll be interesting to see who he chooses. And this will be like with every presidential candidate, the first test. And Democrats usually fail this first test.
Yeah. I mean, Klobuchar is, I think, one of the ones that's looked at pretty heavily,
yeah.
you know.
Well,
and from where her position, where she's at within the states, and bringing him, a good region. So I think she's right up there in the choices.
We will see what happens. But, Bob, I appreciate the time. As always, great stuff.
Thank you.
Our good friend, Bob Ney. Let's take a quick break. Right back. Stick around. Listen to The Rick Smith Show.
Saving work in America, one show at a time. The Rick Smith Show.
I'm Rick Smith, and this is Labor History in 2. On this day in labor history, the year was 1903. That was the day that 25 delegates from 17 cities gathered in Washington, D.C. to discuss forming a union for laborers. General laborers, who often perform some of the most backbreaking work on projects like digging canals and surfacing streets, were often blocked from joining craft unions as full members. The laborers in D.C. decided it was time to join together and formed the International Hod Carriers and Building Laborers Union. That was the beginning of the union that today is called the Laborers International Union of North America, or LIUNA. The union published its first constitution in English, German, and Italian, reflecting the diversity of the members that they represented. At the convention, the delegates issued a Declaration of Principles. In it, they declared, quote, "We hold that all men are created free and equal, and that honor and merit makes the man, and that self-preservation is the first law of nature, and that he who would be free must strike the first blow." They then went on to describe their purpose, writing, quote, "First, to gather under one grand banner all of those who toil on buildings with our craft and calling. Second, to promote by all honorable means the social and financial standing of all those who wish to partake in the fruits of amalgamation. Third, to create general agitation for the purpose of making a universal 8-hour day to increase the wages of members of the craft. Fourth, to establish a system of conciliation and arbitration in different sections of our land. Fifth, to help members of the craft in securing lawful and profitable employment. For more than a century, LIUNA has fought for the rights of laborers."
Radio of, for, and by we the working people. The Rick Smith Show.
So today, again, this is one of those days that we need to stand up, speak out, and defend our postal service. Been under attack for a while. Look, this isn't anything new. The privateers, the profiteers, the greedmeisters, they have been wanting to grab the postal service in a major land grab, and you know, quite frankly, a way to make huge amounts of profit off of doing a vital service for we the people. Trump was asked to provide some bailout money to help the Postal Service make it through this time, because after all, are they not the frontline heroes that we keep throwing around? Are they not the essential workforce who's bringing us our mail every day and medicine and food and all of the things that we need? Kind of, yeah, they kind of are that. And yet, what do we get out of Trump? No bailout money for the Postal Service, and lies and ridiculous statements like, and this is just one of those mind-blowing things that, you know, I don't know where he pulled it out of or where he made it up from, but it's not true. The Postal Service delivers way more packages and way more deliveries than the Postal Service, than FedEx, than Amazon. The Postal Service, by way bigger numbers, delivers more. But Trump, you know, had to repeat it, had to say it out there, stating that it was his belief that the other ones delivered more. It's amazing. It's astounding. You know, there are days when you just go, can he just stop? Can he just stop? And then hammering on the fact that, you know, he believes that the Postal Service is charging lower rates than everybody else. Understand, the Postal Service goes to every address in this country, every single address, as a matter of law. If you privatize the Postal Service, if you do away with this bit of what we the people control, that ends. You live in rural areas, get ready for going to the post office. Get ready for postal boxes that you have to go and at the beginning of your development. Home delivery will be a thing of the past, a luxury that we will no longer have. And you can say, well, we don't need it anyway. And that's okay until you get to be older and you need to have home delivery. then you'll pay extra. This is a massive ripoff, but something that the right wing, the Republican death cult, has wanted and fantasized about for, well, decades. And now this crisis may end up giving it to him because of something George Bush did during his years. Scary, angering, frustrating, all of that wrapped up into one. Anyway, I'd love to hear your thoughts. You can email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com. If you missed any of today's program, thericksmithshow.com is where you get the podcast, the Rick Smith Show app on the smartphone. Take the program on the go wherever you go. And as always, you can email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you back here next time.
You've been listening to The Rick Smith Show. Email Rick at rick@thericksmithshow.com. Until next time, this has been The Rick Smith Show, where working people come to talk.